Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The skies above the misty mountains darkened as another magnificent creature plummeted through the clouds. Its wingspan, once stretching proudly across 20 feet of open air, now folded weakly against its golden-brown body. The great eagle fought against the invisible malady that sapped its strength, but the battle was already lost. As it spiraled downward toward the ancient woods below, a mournful cry echoed across the valley, a sound that chilled the hearts of all who heard it, for it carried the weight of an ending world. In the rolling hills of the Shire, far from the mountains, Shadow, Hobbit, sat beneath an apple tree, his keen ears catching the distant lament carried on the wind. Unlike other Shire folk who concerned themselves solely with the pleasures of hearth and harvest, Hobbit possessed a rare gift, the ability to understand the language of birds. This talent had earned him curious glances and good-natured teasing from his neighbors, who found little practical use for conversations with sparrows and thrushes. Yet Hobbit treasured this connection to the winged folk, even if it meant occasional solitude. On this autumn morning, as golden leaves drifted around his small figure, Hobbit sensed something amiss in the birds' usual chatter. The local songbirds spoke in hushed, worried tones of their larger kin falling from the heavens. Their melodies, typically bright with gossip and territorial claims, now carried undertones of fear. "The great ones fall," chirped a robin nervously from a nearby branch. "The eyes of the sky are closing." Before Hobbit could inquire further, a shadow larger than any cloud passed overhead. Looking up, he gasped as an enormous eagle, its feathers dulled and flight unsteady, descended with alarming speed toward the clearing. The creature managed one final, graceful bank before collapsing in a heap of tawny feathers mere yards from where Hobbit stood. Heart pounding, Hobbit approached the fallen messenger. The eagle's amber eyes, though clouded with pain, fixed upon him with unmistakable purpose. "Child of the quiet earth," the eagle rasped in the ancient tongue of birds, "the winds carry poison, and we can no longer ride them. The balance falters." With a labored movement, the magnificent bird extended one massive wing, revealing a single golden feather that gleamed with an inner light unlike any natural plumage. The feather detached itself and floated toward Hobbit, who caught it with trembling hands. "Seek the first nest in the northern peaks," the eagle whispered. "The song must be remembered before the last solstice. Look for the grey one who knew your bloodline. He will guide your steps." The eagle's eyes dimmed as it spoke a final, cryptic phrase. "Remember, little one, the poison is not in the body, but in the breath of the world itself." With those words, the majestic creature exhaled its final breath, its form seeming to shimmer before settling into eternal stillness. Clutching the golden feather, Hobbit felt a strange warmth radiating through his fingers. This was no ordinary plumage. It pulsed with ancient magic, sending visions flickering through his mind. Towering mountains shrouded in mist, a massive nest built upon impossibly high crags, and a melody that seemed to vibrate at the very foundation of existence. Before the next dawn broke over the Shire's peaceful hills, Hobbit had packed his small traveling sack with provisions. The golden feather carefully wrapped in silk and tucked close to his heart. The disapproving murmurs of his relatives followed him to the borders of their homeland. "Unnatural business," muttered his Uncle Bramble. "No proper hobbit concerns himself with the affairs of eagles and wizards." Yet Hobbit's feet carried him forward, beyond the familiar comforts of home, and into the wider world that few of his kind ever ventured to see. 3 days into his journey, as he made camp in the shadow of Weathertop, a tall figure emerged from the gathering darkness. Wrapped in a grey cloak that seemed to shift between shadow and smoke, the visitor leaned upon a gnarled staff, topped with a crystal that glowed with soft inner light. "I have been watching for you, young hobbit," spoke Thoradin the Grey, his voice resonating with the power of ages past. "Day, the winds have whispered of your coming, though they carry darker tidings as well." The wizard's ancient eyes studied Hobbit with penetrating intensity. "You carry something of great power. I can sense its song." Hobbit revealed the golden feather, which glowed more brightly in the wizard's presence. Thoradin nodded gravely. "I knew your great-grandfather when he was hardly older than you. The gift of bird speech runs strong in your line, stronger than any have seen in an age. It is no coincidence that the last messenger sought you out." Under the starlight, Thoradin revealed what the Council of the Wise had long feared. An ancient betrayer moved among the free peoples of Middle-earth. Once a trusted advisor to kings and lords, this shadowy figure had spent centuries subtly corrupting the very air with forbidden magic, targeting the eagles who served as the vigilant guardians of the skies. "He seeks to blind the eyes of the valor," explained Thoradin, "to prepare for his master's return from the void. Without the eagles to watch and warn, darkness will spread unchecked across these lands." Their journey northward was fraught with peril. Through the troll-haunted woods of Rudor, across the icy fords of Mithidal, and into the desolate lands beyond the northern wastes they traveled. Hobbit's small stature, which had always seemed a disadvantage in his homeland, now proved invaluable as they evaded the servants of shadow that hunted them. Wolves with eyes like burning coals, and silent wraiths that sifted through the trees at night. The golden feather served as both compass and key, growing warmer as they approached their destination, and revealing hidden paths through seemingly impassable terrain. Yet with each passing day, more disturbing news reached them. Eagles continued to fall across Middle-earth, and a strange lethargy settled over the land as the ancient guardians of the skies diminished. "The poison spreads faster than we feared," Thoradin confessed one night, his face haggard in the firelight. "We must reach the primordial nest before the winter solstice, when the veils between worlds grow thin. If the betrayer completes his ritual then, the winds will forever carry his master's corruption." At last, after weeks of arduous travel, they stood before the towering spires of Orocarni, the Red Mountains, whose peaks vanished into clouds touched by the first light of dawn. Here, according to legend, the eagles had built their very first nest at the beginning of days, when the world was young and the stars newly kindled. The ascent nearly broke them. Hobbit's hardy feet, accustomed to soft earth and grassy knolls, bled against the merciless stone. Thoradin's ancient bones protested each step. Yet upward they climbed, driven by the knowledge that failure meant doom for all the free peoples of Middle-earth. Near the summit, as hope began to falter, the golden feather suddenly burst into brilliant light. Hovering before them, it traced a glowing path along a seemingly solid rock face, revealing a hidden cleft barely wide enough for Hobbit to squeeze through. Beyond lay a wonder beyond imagining, the primordial nest, a vast bowl of interwoven branches the size of ancient trees, lined with feathers of gold and silver that pulsed with their own inner light. At its center stood a crystal plinth that caught the sun's rays and scattered them in rainbow patterns across the sacred space. But they were not alone. I confess, I had not expected a halfling to be the bearer of the last feather, came a melodious voice that somehow chilled despite its beauty. The eagles have grown desperate indeed. From the shadows emerged a figure of terrible elegance, tall and fair as the noblest of elves, yet with eyes cold as midwinter ice. Lord Maeglin, once counsellor to 3 kingdoms of men and trusted ally to the wise, now revealed in his true corruption. For 600 years I have worked this subtle magic, he said, gesturing to a dark mist that swirled around his fingers. Patience has ever been my virtue. Soon the skies will be blind, and he who waits beyond will find his path unguarded. Thoradin raised his staff, but Maeglin merely laughed, unleashing a torrent of shadow that sent the wizard crashing against the nest's outer rim. The betrayer then turned his gaze upon Hobbit. "The feather, little one. Give it to me, and I shall grant you a swift end. Deny me, and you shall watch as I unravel every thread of your being." In that moment of terror, with Thoradin fallen and the full malice of the betrayer focused upon him, Hobbit felt the golden feather pulse against his chest. A melody rose unbidden to his lips, not words, but pure tones that seemed to emerge from the very center of his being. The song of creation, ancient beyond reckoning, flowed through him as naturally as breath. The primordial nest resonated with each note, every golden feather vibrating in harmony. The crystal plinth began to glow, and as Hobbit's song grew stronger, light spiraled upward into the sky. Maeglin shrieked, his carefully constructed magic unraveling as the song purified the very air around them. The poison is in the breath of the world, Hobbit remembered, his voice rising higher as understanding dawned. The song was not merely music, but a fundamental force, the original pattern upon which the winds themselves had been fashioned at the beginning of time. As the final note echoed across the mountain peaks, a great rushing sound filled the air. From every direction, eagles appeared, some flying strongly, others barely managing to stay aloft, all drawn by the song's purifying power. They circled above the primordial nest in a great spiraling formation, their wings catching the cleansed currents. Maeglin, his corruption exposed to the light of the song, withered before their eyes, his fair form crumbling to reveal the hollow shell that centuries of malice had created. With a final cry of rage, he dissolved into the wind, banished back to the shadows from which his master watched and waited. In the days that followed, as Hobbit and a recovering Thoradin began their long journey home, the skies of Middle-earth cleared. The eagles, renewed by the song's power, resumed their vigilant watch over the free lands. The golden feather, having served its purpose, transformed into an ordinary plume that Hobbit kept as a reminder of extraordinary things. Yet something had changed within the small hobbit from the Shire. At night, beneath star-filled skies, he would sometimes hum fragments of the ancient melody, and birds from miles around would gather to listen, their own songs joining his in a harmony that strengthened the very fabric of the world. For in the simplest of beings often dwells the greatest power, a truth the shadow would never understand and the light would never forget. Story 2. The misty mountains shuddered. Deep beneath ancient stone, something awakened from a centuries-long slumber. The tremor lasted barely moments, yet its echoes would forever alter the fate of Middle-earth. As dawn broke over the eastern slopes, a narrow fissure appeared in the mountainside, a dark mouth exhaling the breath of forgotten halls and lost kingdoms. From this breath emerged whispers, whispers of untouched treasures, whispers of ancient lore preserved in sealed chambers of the greatest dwarven kingdom ever built, Khazad-dûm, the Dwaro-Delph, Moria of old. These whispers traveled far, carried on traders, tongues, and in minstrels, songs, eventually reaching even the peaceful borders of the Shire, where they found eager ears in one most unusual hobbit. Hobbit, as he was simply known among his kind, sat cross-legged on his garden bench, poring over a weathered tome of dwarven histories as the evening sun cast long shadows across Hobbiton's rolling hills. Unlike his neighbours, whose interests rarely extended beyond the boundaries of their well-tended gardens and well-stocked pantries, Hobbit's mind constantly wandered to distant lands and forgotten ages. "Reading about dead dwarves again?" called Proudfoot, his neighbour, leaning over the fence with a disapproving frown that had become as familiar to Hobbit as his own reflection. "Unnatural business for a hobbit, if you ask me." Hobbit merely nodded, his fingers tracing the intricate illustrations of vast halls carved from living stone. He had heard similar sentiments all his life, yet could never explain the longing that tugged at his heart whenever he read of mountain halls and ancient kingdoms. It was as though some forgotten ancestral memory stirred within him, a whisper from bloodlines long diluted by generations of Shire-bound contentment. That night, as he slept, Hobbit dreamed of endless corridors lined with pillars like petrified trees, of chambers vast enough to house clouds, and of a voice calling from the deepest darkness, "The small one comes to fulfill the prophecy." He awoke with a certainty that defied explanation. The newly discovered entrance to Khazad-dûm was not merely another tale from distant lands, it was his calling. Within a fortnight, having packed his modest belongings and left his smile in the care of reluctant relatives, Hobbit found himself in the bustling town of Bree, seeking to join the expedition rumoured to be forming there. At the Prancing Pony, amid the smoky clamour of the common room, he first laid eyes upon the expedition's leader. Lady Dis Stonehammer stood a head shorter than the men around her, yet commanded the space as though she were a giant. Her raven-black beard was braided with threads of silver and gold, adorned with rune-etched beads that spoke of noble lineage. Upon her brow sat a circlet of mithril, marking her as the granddaughter of the legendary Thorin Oakenshield. "A halfling seeks to enter the ancient halls?" she asked when Hobbit approached, her voice rich as mountain ore. "And what business has a Shire dweller with the shadows of Khazad-dûm?" Hobbit, summoning courage he scarcely knew he possessed, withdrew from his pack the tome he had studied for years. "I've dedicated my life to the histories of the Longbeards," he said, opening to pages marked with his own careful annotations. "I can read inscriptions in Khazad-dûm that even some dwarves have forgotten, and I know the layout of the eastern halls from the chronicles of Uri himself." Dis studied him with eyes sharp as cut gems. "Knowledge of maps is one thing, halfling. The courage to walk paths where ancient shadows linger is quite another." "I may lack a warrior's arm," Hobbit replied, "but I have a scholar's mind and a heart that yearns to see wonders long hidden." Sometimes small hands may accomplish what larger ones cannot. Something in his words stirred recognition in the dwarven lady's expression. With a thoughtful stroke of her beard, she nodded. "Very well, Master Hobbit. You shall join our company, though I cannot promise your safe return." The expedition assembled at the eastern foothills 7 days later. 30 dwarves clad in mail and leather, armed with axes and hammers, 3 men of Gondorian descent who specialized in the lore of ancient ruins, and 1 small hobbit whose pack contained more books than provisions. The newly revealed entrance was hardly more than a jagged crack in the mountainside, easily overlooked if not for the dwarven runes that had been exposed by the recent tremor. Runes that, as Hobbit translated, read, "The seventh door, path of shadows." "No record mentions a 7th entrance," murmured Dis, her fingers tracing the ancient engravings. "Perhaps it was never meant to be found," Hobbit suggested, a chill running through him despite the summer warmth. Their entry into the mountain began in single file, each member lighting stone lamps filled with oils that burned with unwavering blue flames. The narrow passage soon widened into a corridor of worked stone, its walls inscribed with histories too ancient for even Hobbit to fully translate. For 3 days they journeyed through passages that bore no sign of the destruction that had claimed Moria centuries before. Unlike the corpse-strewn halls described in the accounts of the Fellowship, these chambers remained pristine, as though preserved in amber since the height of dwarven glory. On the 4th day, they entered a vast circular chamber whose ceiling vanished into darkness above. 7 corridors branched outward like spokes of a wheel, each marked with runes that Hobbit recognized as the names of the 7 dwarven families. "We stand at the Council of Elders," he whispered in awe. "This chamber is mentioned only in the oldest texts, a meeting place where representatives of all 7 houses would gather in times of great need." As his voice echoed upward, a new sound answered, the unmistakable ring of metal on stone. From the corridor marked Longbeard's torchlight approached. The company drew weapons, forming a protective circle. Dis raised her hand for calm as figures emerged from the passage. Dwarves clad in garments of archaic design, their beards elaborately braided in styles not seen in an age. Their leader, a white-bearded dwarf whose robes gleamed with embedded crystals, stepped forward with widened eyes. "The prophecy speaks true," he intoned in accented Khazad-dûm. "The small one has come at last." What followed was a revelation that staggered even Hobbit's scholarly mind. A community of over 300 dwarves had survived in isolation since Durin's Bane had claimed the main halls of Moria. Sealed behind ancient doors designed to withstand even the mightiest of calamities, they had preserved a society frozen in time, maintaining traditions, knowledge and crafts long lost to their surface kin. Their leader, Thrain Runekeeper, explained how their isolation had shaped their culture around a prophecy delivered by their revered oracle, the Whispering Pool. "When the 7th door opens, a small one shall enter from the outer world. In his hands shall rest the fate of the hidden folk, liberation or destruction. They believe you are this prophesied deliverer," Dis whispered to Hobbit as they were led deeper into the hidden enclave. "Tread carefully. Prophecies have a way of fulfilling themselves in unexpected ways. The hidden folk, as they called themselves, dwelled in a network of chambers built around a vast underground lake of midnight blue water. At its center, atop a crystal island, stood a structure unlike any Hobbit had ever seen, a temple of spiraling stone that seemed to defy the very laws of masonry. "The Vault of Echoes," Thrain explained, "where the wisdom of our ancestors is preserved." Yet not all welcomed the outsiders. A faction led by Nar Ironhand viewed the expedition as harbingers of doom, infiltrators who would destroy their protected existence. Whispers spread through the colony, some claiming Hobbit was indeed the prophesied one who would lead them back to glory in the upper world. Others insisting he was an agent of darkness come to steal their most precious secrets. These secrets, Hobbit soon discovered, went far beyond mere crafting techniques or forgotten lore. Within the Vault of Echoes lay knowledge that even the wise of Middle-earth had deemed too dangerous to preserve, methods of binding elements to will, of speaking to the very stones of the earth, of forging items that could influence the minds of kings and shape the destiny of nations. Our ancestors were entrusted with safeguarding knowledge too powerful for any one race to wield, explained Thror, the elderly keeper of the vault. When darkness claimed Khazad-dûm, those who survived here swore to protect these secrets until the time was right for their return to the world. As tensions mounted between the factions, Hobbit found himself torn between conflicting responsibilities. Dis sought to re-establish contact between the hidden folk and their surface kin, bringing long-lost knowledge back to dwarven society. Thrain believed Hobbit would lead them in a triumphant return to the upper world. Nar plotted to eliminate the outsiders and seal the seventh door forever. And beneath it all, in the depths of the Whispering Pool, something ancient stirred. An intelligence that had guided the hidden folk for centuries, whose true nature remained shrouded in mystery. One night, unable to sleep amid the political tensions, Hobbit slipped away to the shores of the underground lake. As he gazed across its still surface, ripples began to form, converging toward the crystal island at its center. A voice, like the whisper of pages turning in an ancient book, reached his ears. "Long have I waited for one who seeks knowledge for its own sake," the voice murmured. "Not for power, not for glory, but for understanding." The water before Hobbit parted, revealing a pathway to the island. Following it, heart-pounding, he entered the Vault of Echoes alone. Within its spiraling chamber, walls lined with crystalline tablets pulsed with soft light, each containing memories and wisdom from ages past. "I am the collective knowledge of Durin's line," the voice explained, emanating from everywhere and nowhere. Preserved through artifice and enchantment when destruction loomed, the prophecy was never about salvation or destruction of the hidden folk, but about the knowledge preserved here, whether it would once again illuminate the world or be used to dominate it. In that moment of clarity, Hobbit understood. The true treasure of Khazad-dûm was neither gold nor mithril, but wisdom. Wisdom that could heal Middle-earth's deepening wounds or forge new chains of domination. The choice, impossibly, was his to make. As dawn approached in the world above, though no sunlight reached these depths, Hobbit made his decision. He would neither claim the knowledge as his own, nor allow any single faction to control it. Instead, he proposed a covenant, an agreement between the hidden folk, the surface dwarves, and representatives of all free peoples, ensuring that the ancient wisdom would be shared gradually, safeguarded by many hands rather than clutched by few. When he emerged from the vault, both Dis and Thrain waited, along with the scowling Nar and his followers. "But I've communed with your oracle," Hobbit announced, his small stature somehow filled with newfound authority. "And I've learned that prophecies, like all great knowledge, reveal themselves differently to those who seek power than to those who seek understanding." In the days that followed, a new chapter began for both the hidden folk and the world above. The seventh door would remain open, but guarded. Knowledge would flow, but as a careful stream rather than a devastating flood. And Hobbit, the unlikely scholar from the Shire, found himself appointed as the first keeper of the Covenant, a bridge between worlds, entrusted with ensuring that the greatest treasures of Khazad-dûm would illuminate rather than burn the future of Middle-earth. For as he had learned in those shadowed halls, the most powerful magic lay not in domination, but in connection. the weaving together of separate strands of wisdom into a tapestry strong enough to withstand the darkness that ever sought to unravel it. Story 3. Dawn broke over the Shire in ribbons of amber and gold, but Hobbit did not rise to greet it. He lay motionless beneath his quilted blanket, arm burning as though branded by invisible fire. The pain had awakened him in the darkest hour of night, a searing sensation that carved its way from wrist to elbow. Now, as pale morning light filtered through his round window, he finally summoned the courage to look. There, etched upon his skin, as though inscribed by an ancient hand, glowed a rune of sapphire light. Its intricate lines pulsed with each beat of his heart, casting eerie shadows across the humble furnishings of his burrow home. Hobbit had never seen its like before, yet something about the symbol stirred a primal recognition deep within him, a memory older than his own existence. The rune whispered of mountains and starlight, of battles fought before the shaping of the world. Most disturbing of all, it seemed to call him eastward, tugging at his consciousness like an invisible thread. By midday, whispers had spread through Hobbiton faster than dandelion seeds on summer wind. 3 more hobbits had awakened bearing similar marks. Old Mungo Proudfoot with a rune upon his brow, young Lily Brandybuck with one encircling her wrist, and taciturn Farmer Maggot with symbols spiraling down his weathered neck. None could explain the markings, though the local healer proclaimed them unnatural business, mark my words. As sunset painted the hills in hues of fire, a visitor arrived at Hobbit's door, a figure too tall and angular to be of the Shire. The stranger's face remained shadowed beneath a silver-grey hood, but his voice carried the weight of countless years. "The runes have awakened," he stated simply. "The council awaits at Rivendell. Will you come willingly, rune-bearer, or must destiny drag you there?" 2 weeks later, Hobbit stood upon a marble terrace overlooking the hidden valley of Imladris, known to men as Rivendell. Waterfalls cascaded from impossible heights, their spray creating rainbows that danced between ancient spires and graceful arches. The air itself seemed infused with music, not merely the harps and flutes that echoed from elven halls, but a deeper harmony that resonated from the very stones. Lord Elrond, master of this realm, moved with the fluid grace of falling leaves as he addressed the assembled bearers. 8 others stood beside Hobbit, each from a different race of Middle-earth, each bearing a glowing rune upon their flesh. "And 9 rune-bearers," Elrond intoned, his ageless eyes reflecting starlight, though the sun still shone. As was foretold in the prophecy of Galadriel when the Third Age was young, 9 to stand against the return of the First Dark. Among the bearers stood Darin Ironfoot, a dwarven queen whose elaborate beard was braided with mithril chains and whose lineage stretched back to Durin himself. Her rune, carved across her broad back, glowed amber as mountain fire. Beside her towered Arondur, a solemn elf lord from the fading woods of Lothlorien, his silver rune flowing like water down his forearm. Boromir of Gondor represented men of the West, his crimson rune emblazoned proudly upon his sword hand. From the eastern plains came Eska, a horse mistress of the Easterlings, whose violet runes spiraled around her throat like a necklace of light. The forests of Fangorn had sent Whisperbark, an Ent whose mossy hide bore a rune of deepest green. Most surprising of all were the final 3, Grakhai, and Uruk, whose obsidian rune seemed to devour light rather than emit it. Nul, a silent wraith whose translucent form was anchored to Middle-earth only by a rune of colorless fire. And Jara, a dragonkin no larger than a cat, whose scales reflected the azure gleam of her forehead rune. "Oh, the veil between worlds thins," explained Elrond, gesturing toward an ancient tapestry depicting 9 figures standing before a tear in reality. Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, stirs in the void beyond creation. His malice seeps through weakening barriers, manifesting first as these runes upon the chosen of each race. Queen Darin stepped forward, her voice resonant as stone. The prophecy speaks of a ritual, the 9 runes joined in the Chamber of Stars, when darkness is deepest. The winter solstice approaches, nodded Elrond. You have until then to reach the peak of Meneltama, the last remnant of Númenor that still pierces the mortal world. That night, beneath a canopy of stars that seemed close enough to touch, Hobbit found himself unable to sleep. He wandered the gardens of Rivendell, marveling at flowers that bloomed by moonlight and trees that whispered ancient lullabies. Troubled, little one. The voice startled him, soft yet powerful, like thunder on a distant horizon. Shire the dragonkin perched upon a stone balustrade, her diminutive form silhouetted against the moon. Despite her size, something ancient and terrible lurked behind her jewel-like eyes. "Ah, I don't belong here," Hobbit confessed. "I'm no warrior or sage. I'm a hobbit of the Shire who's never ventured beyond the Brandywine. What can I possibly contribute to such a quest?" The dragonkin's laugh was like crystal chimes in winter. And yet, of all races, the Valar chose a hobbit to bear the rune of heart. Not for your strength of arm, but for strength of spirit. The smallest creatures often prove most resilient to darkness. Their journey began at dawn, 9 figures of vastly different sizes and shapes, bound together by glowing symbols and a prophecy older than most of their civilizations. Through the Trollshaws they traveled, across the weather-beaten plains of Rudar and into the shadow of mountains whose peaks pierced the clouds. Tensions simmered beneath the surface of their uneasy alliance. Boromir of Gondor regarded Gracchai with open hostility, hand never straying far from his sword. The wraith Nwool drifted at the edges of their company, communing with shadows. Queen Darin and Arondir maintained the ancient reserve of their peoples, whose friendship had cooled since the Elder days. Yet slowly, as leagues passed beneath their feet, barriers began to crumble. When mountain trolls ambushed them in a narrow pass, it was Gracchai who held the line beside Boromir, the Uruk's savage strength complementing the Gondorians' disciplined swordplay. When blizzards threatened to bury them in ice, Nwool led them through paths between life and death where snow could not reach. Hobbit found himself becoming the heart of their company in truth, his unflagging optimism and simple wisdom bridging divides that had separated their peoples for ages. Around evening fires, he coaxed stories from reluctant lips, tales of the First Age from Arondir, thunderous dwarven sagas from Queen Darin, even halting accounts of Uruk suffering from Gracchai. Perhaps, mused Whisperbark the Ent one evening, his voice like the creaking of ancient oak, that is why the Rune of Heart chose you, young hobbit. Not merely because hobbits resist corruption, but because you build connections where others see only divisions. As midwinter approached, they reached the shores of the Western Sea, where the lone peak of Meneltama rose from churning waters, all that remained of Númenor, the greatest kingdom of men, swallowed by the ocean in ages past. A narrow causeway of white stone, visible only during the lowest tides of the year, stretched toward the mountain's base. "We must cross tonight," said Arondir, eyes fixed on the horizon. "The tide will remain low until dawn, then the path will vanish for another year." They had taken but a dozen steps along the causeway when the attack came. A thunderous roar split the night as a massive form rose from the depths, a watcher in the water, its tentacles thick as tree trunks and twice as strong. Behind it emerged corrupted merfolk, their once beautiful features twisted into nightmare visages. "Servants of the Void!" cried Eska, knocking an arrow to her eastern bow. The first dark sends its minions to prevent the ritual. What followed was chaos, a desperate battle against overwhelming numbers as the Nine fought to protect their path to Menel Tarma. Boromir and Queen Darin formed a bulwark against the rushing tide of corrupted creatures. Arondir and Eska rained arrows upon their foes from behind. Whisperbark uprooted massive boulders from the causeway itself, hurling them with devastating accuracy. Yet despite their valor, the tide of battle turned against them. One by one, the bearers suffered wounds. Grak-Hai lost an eye to a merfolk spear. Shara's wing was torn, preventing flight. Hobbit himself was cornered against the causeway's edge, the Watcher's tentacle poised to crush him. In that moment of desperation, Boromir made a fateful choice. Breaking from the defensive line, he charged toward Hobbit, cutting the tentacle with a mighty blow. The gap he left allowed corrupted merfolk to encircle Queen Darin, whose dwarven armor began to buckle under their assault. "Leave her!" shouted Boromir to the others. "The prophecy demands only that the runes reach the chamber. We must sacrifice what we must." Hobbit stared in horror as the proud man of Gondor revealed his true belief, that some bearers were expendable so long as the ritual could be completed. Worse still, he saw momentary hesitation in the eyes of Arondir and Eska, as though weighing the grim calculus of such a choice. "No!" Hobbit's voice carried surprising strength as he scrambled toward the embattled dwarf queen. The prophecy chose 9 for a reason. Either all reach the chamber, or none. As he spoke, his rune of heart blazed with blinding intensity. The light spread outward like ripples in a pond, touching each bearer in turn. Where it passed, their own runes ignited in sympathetic harmony, creating a network of light that connected all 9 in a glowing web. Understanding dawned on Hobbit with sudden clarity. The ritual has already begun. The Chamber of Stars isn't a place. It's us, united in purpose. Acting on instinct, he pressed his rune-marked arm against Queen Darin's back, joining their symbols. A shockwave of pure light erupted from the contact point, driving back the corrupted creatures. One by one, the other bearers joined the circle, pressing their runes together despite ancient enmities and fresh wounds. When the 9th rune, the Wraith Nwul's colorless fire, completed the circuit, reality itself seemed to shudder. The night sky above them tore open, revealing a swirling maelstrom of hatred and malice, the gaze of Morgoth from beyond the void, fixed upon Middle-earth with terrible hunger. But between that gaze and the world stood 9 figures bound by light. Their diverse forms now unified in purpose if not in form. From their joined runes rose a column of multicolored flame that struck the tear in reality, sealing it stitch by stitch with threads of pure creation. The battle ended as suddenly as it had begun, leaving 9 exhausted bearers standing upon a causeway littered with retreating foes. Their runes still glowed, but softer now, like embers rather than flames. "I was wrong," admitted Boromir, his proud shoulders bowed with shame. "I thought our differences made some of us expendable. I did not understand that our strength lay in those very differences." Queen Darin clasped his arm in forgiveness. "The dark tempts us through pride and fear, the belief that we alone know best, or that sacrifice of others is necessary for victory. The true ritual was never about location," mused Arondir, examining his fading rune. "That it was about proving that 9 disparate beings could stand as one despite their differences, showing that creation remains stronger than destruction." As dawn broke over the western sea, the causeway began to submerge beneath rising tides. Yet, the 9 walked back to shore with lighter hearts, knowing that though Morgoth might test the barriers again, the pattern for his defeat had been established. The runes would fade from their flesh, but the connection forged between them, between their peoples, would endure. A bulwark against darkness, stronger than any wall of stone or spell of power. And Hobbit, smallest of the nine, returned eventually to his beloved Shire, carrying within him both wisdom and wonder from beyond its borders. On quiet evenings, he would sometimes trace the invisible pattern where his rune had been, remembering how the most ordinary of creatures had helped teach the mightiest among them the most important lesson of all. That true strength lies not in standing alone, but in standing together. Story 4. The wind whispered ancient secrets through the leaves of Fangorn Forest, carrying with it the scent of decay, where once there had been only the vibrant perfume of life. At the heart of this primeval woodland stood Galathyl, the elder tree, a living monument whose roots were said to drink from the very wellsprings of magic that sustained Middle-earth. Its massive trunk, wider than 12 men standing hand to hand, spiraled upward into a canopy that had once shimmered with leaves of silver and gold. Now, those same leaves hung limp and faded, their luminescence dimming with each passing day. Beneath this dying sentinel, the ent known as Rootbinder pressed gnarled fingers into the soil, his bark-lined face contorted with grief. For 7,000 years, he had guarded Galathyl, witnessing the rise and fall of kingdoms, the birth and death of ages. Now, at the twilight of his watch, he sensed a poison spreading through the sacred ground, a malady beyond his ancient power to heal. As morning mist curled around his moss-covered limbs, Rootbinder's eyes, deep as forest pools, gazed southward. "There is one," he murmured, his voice the sound of stones grinding beneath the earth. Small in stature, yet not small in heart, a healer of green things who walks upon the gentle hills beyond the great river. With these words, the ancient ent plucked a single seed from Galathyl's failing branches, a teardrop-shaped capsule that pulsed with the last vestiges of the tree's fading light. Entrusting it to his swiftest bird friend, a silver-winged falcon, Rootbinder sent forth his desperate message across the leagues. "Now find the halfling healer," he commanded, "before the last moon of autumn wanes." In the gentle hills of Hobbiton, far from the ancient shadows of Fangorn, Hobbit knelt in his herb garden, fingers stained with soil and the juices of medicinal plants. Unlike most of his kind, who concern themselves primarily with the growing of pipeweed and vegetables, Hobbit had dedicated his life to understanding the healing properties of Middle-earth's flora. His garden boasted specimens from as far as the Blue Mountains and the edges of the old forest, plants that whispered their secrets to him in ways few others could hear. "Master Hobbit!" called a voice from beyond his garden gate. "Another of your peculiar packages has arrived. Smells something awful, if you ask me." The postmaster, a portly hobbit with permanently furrowed brows, held a small burlap sack at arm's length. The package contained rare mushrooms from the marshlands near Tharbad, their pungent aroma an offense to Hobbit sensibilities, but a treasure to Hobbit's medicinal collection. "Much appreciated, Postmaster Proudfoot," Hobbit replied, accepting the malodorous delivery with a smile that did little to soften the other hobbits' disapproval. As twilight painted the sky in watercolors of lavender and gold, Hobbit sat beneath his favorite oak tree, grinding herbs for a tincture meant to ease old Widow Burrow's joint pain. The familiar rhythm of pestle against mortar nearly masked the sound of beating wings. Nearly, but not quite. The silver falcon descended like a shooting star, landing upon Hobbit's garden fence with unnatural precision. Its keen eyes, bright as polished amber, fixed upon him with disturbing intelligence. Before Hobbit could react, the bird dropped something from its beak, a seed unlike any he had encountered in all his studies. It pulsed with a soft, golden light, almost like a heartbeat. As his fingers closed around it, visions flooded his mind. A colossal tree with roots that stretched across an entire forest. An ancient ent with eyes full of sorrow. A spreading darkness that consumed everything in its path. And through it all, a single word echoed with the urgency of a dying breath. Come. By morning, Hobbit had packed his most essential herbs, his precious guidebooks, and the strange seed now hanging from a leather cord around his neck. The questioning looks from his neighbors followed him to the edge of the Shire, but the urgency that gripped his heart allowed no time for explanations. Going on an adventure, called Farmer Maggot, whose fields bordered the East Road. Something like that, Hobbit replied, his gaze already fixed on the distant smudge of mountains that separated him from Fangorn. I need to save a tree. The journey east was fraught with hardships that tested Hobbit's resolve. Torrential rains transformed roads into muddy quagmires. Wolves prowled the wildlands beyond Bree, their howls piercing the night. Yet the seed against his chest grew warmer, with each mile eastward, pulsing stronger as if sensing its destination. At the ford of the Bruinen, fate intervened in the form of an elven scouting party. Their leader, Thalion Swiftarrow, regarded the travel-worn hobbit with undisguised skepticism. "You claim to be summoned by an ent of Fangorn?" The elf's voice carried the musical lilt of his kind, yet held an edge sharp as his namesake arrows. What business would the ancient guardians have with a halfling? Hobbit wordlessly revealed the seed, its golden light now bright enough to illuminate the gathering twilight. The elves stepped back, whispers of Galathil passing between them. "The elder tree summons you," Thalion said, wonder and suspicion warring in his voice. "This is a matter for the elven lords, not a simple gardener from the Shire." "And yet it was to this simple gardener that the seed was sent," Hobbit replied, a firmness in his tone that surprised even himself. Their argument might have continued had not another traveler arrived at the crossing, a stout figure whose heavy footfalls announced him as a dwarf before he emerged from the tree line. His auburn beard was braided with intricate metal clasps, and the massive hammer slung across his back spoke of his smith's craft. "Durlin, son of Dwalin, at your service," he announced with a formal bow. "Though I'd be more at your service if you'd cease this bickering and make way. Some of us have urgent business eastward." The coincidence of three such different travelers meeting at the ford could not be ignored. Despite Thalion's reluctance, an uneasy alliance formed. The elf knew the swiftest paths through the mountains. The dwarf's strength would be invaluable against the growing dangers of the wild, and Hobbit carried the seed that pulsed ever more urgently as autumn deepened toward winter. As they journeyed together, an unlikely camaraderie developed. Around evening campfires, Thalion revealed that he had been exiled from the elven realm of Lothlorien for questioning the increasingly secretive edicts of Lord Celebranor, chief counselor to the Lady of the Golden Wood. Durlin, more reluctantly, spoke of a shameful secret, a magnificent weapon he had forged for a client who later used it to overthrow a peaceful kingdom of men. The blood of innocence stained his masterwork, driving him from his home in the Blue Mountains. "And what of you, Master Hobbit?" asked Durlin one evening as they camped in the shadow of the misty mountains. "What drives a halfling from his comfortable hole in the ground?" Hobbit's fingers closed around the seed, which now pulsed in time with his own heartbeat. "I hear things others don't," he said simply. "Me plants speak to me, not in words but in feelings, in whispers of their nature. This seed cries out in pain. I cannot ignore such a call, even if I don't fully understand it." Their path took them through the treacherous passes of the misty mountains, where ancient spirits haunted the narrow trails, and rock slides could bury the unwary in moments. Here, Durlin's knowledge of stone proved as valuable as Thalion's woodcraft. The dwarf read the mountain's moods in the pattern of cracks along the cliff faces, guiding them safely where other travelers had perished. As they descended the eastern slopes, the first disturbing signs appeared. Streams that should have run clear now flowed sluggish and brackish. Vegetation grew twisted and sickly, as though struggling against an invisible blight. Animals fled at their approach, eyes wild with a fear born of something more primal than the mere presence of travelers. "Something poisons the land," Hobbit said, kneeling beside a withered sapling. "It spreads from the south and east toward Fangorn." Thalion's face darkened. "From Lothlorien, impossible. The Golden Wood is the most protected realm in Middle-earth." "Protected by whom?" Durlin challenged. "By this Lord Celebranor you spoke of?" "The same who sent you into exile for asking too many questions." The elf's hand moved to his weapon, but Hobbit intervened. "The land doesn't lie," he said firmly. "Whatever the source, the corruption flows from that direction." By the time they reached Fangorn's eaves, the urgency had become unbearable. The seed burned against Hobbit's chest, its light visible even through his clothing. The ancient forest loomed before them, a wall of twisted trunks and tangled undergrowth that seemed to shift and move even when no wind blew. "Few enter Fangorn willingly," Thalion murmured, "and fewer still return." "Then it's fortunate we have a guide," said Hobbit, nodding toward a massive figure that emerged from between the trees. Rootbinder, more ancient and weathered than in Hobbit's vision, his bark cracked and fading like autumn leaves. "You have come," the Ent intoned, his deep-set eyes examining each of the travelers in turn. "Though I sent for one, 3 have answered. Perhaps wisdom remains in the world yet." Rootbinder led them deep into Fangorn's heart, where shadows grew deeper and the very air seemed laden with memory. Here, the trees stood further apart, forming a natural cathedral around the immense form of Galathyl. What once must have been magnificent was now a shadow of glory, many branches bare, its trunk scored with lines of blackness that spread like veins of corruption. "The elder tree is the last of its kind," Rootbinder explained, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Planted by Yavanna herself in the First Age, its roots bind together the magic that sustains all growing things in Middle-earth. As it fails, so too will the barriers that protect these lands from darker powers." Hobbit approached reverently, the seed now pulsing so rapidly it seemed a continuous glow. As he neared Galathyl, the blackened veins in its trunk became clearer. Not natural decay, but something deliberate and malevolent. "This was no accident," he whispered. "Someone is poisoning it deliberately." "Yes." The voice came not from Rootbinder, but from a new arrival, a tall figure in shimmering robes of silver and green, his ageless face framed by hair like spun gold. "Though I'm disappointed you reached this conclusion so quickly, I had hoped for more time." "Lord Celebranor," Thalion gasped, instinctively dropping to one knee before recovering himself. "What are you doing here, so far from Lothlorien?" "Completing what I began centuries ago," the Elven Lord replied, his voice beautiful yet terrible. "The gradual harvesting of power from the Elder Tree. Did you never wonder why Lothlorien alone remained untouched by time, while other Elven realms faded? Why our trees continued to bloom when all others withered?" With a gesture both elegant and cruel, Celebranor revealed a crystal vial hanging from his neck, twin to the seed Hobbit carried, but filled with a silvery liquid that writhed with internal light. "The essence of Galathyl," he continued, "drawn drop by drop over centuries, channeled to serve my purposes." Soon, the last barriers will fall, and the power I have cultivated will allow me to reshape Middle-earth as it should be, under the dominion of the firstborn, with all lesser races in their proper place." Durlin's hammer was in his hands before the elf had finished speaking. Thalion nocked an arrow, his loyalty to his people warring with the evidence of betrayal before him. But it was Hobbit who moved first, darting forward with the surprising quickness of his kind, placing himself between Celebranor and the dying tree. "You're killing it," Hobbit said, the seed blazing in his hand, and with it, everything that grows and lives in harmony with the earth. Celebranor's beautiful face twisted with contempt. What would a halfling know of such matters? "Your kind thinks no further than your next meal or the comfort of your burrows. Step aside, little gardener, lest I add your life force to my collection." What followed was both battle and ritual. As Thalion and Durlin engaged Celebranor's summoned guardians, twisted creatures born of corrupted forest magic, Hobbit pressed forward toward Galathil. The seed in his hand now burned white-hot, drawing blood from his palm, yet he clutched it tighter. Rootbinder's voice rumbled instructions. "The eternal seed must reach the heart of Galathil. It contains the tree's original essence, preserved against such a day as this. But be warned, to awaken it requires a sacrifice. The seed must be nourished with life freely given." Understanding dawned on Hobbit with terrible clarity. As Celebranor broke through the defenders and lunged toward him, a staff of twisted blackthorn raised to strike, Hobbit pressed the seed against the blackest vein corrupting Galathil's trunk. "With my life, I nourish you," he whispered. "With my heart, I heal you." The seed blazed with unbearable light, bonding to both tree and Hobbit. Pain beyond imagining coursed through Hobbit's small frame as the seed drew from his life force, using it as a channel to purge the corruption from Galathil. Through tear-blurred eyes, he saw Celebranor shriek as the vial at his throat shattered, its stolen essence returning to its source. For one eternal moment, Hobbit experienced everything, every root and branch of Fangorn, every leaf and blossom in Middle-earth connected through Galathil's vast network. He felt the joy of spring's first growth and the gentle surrender of autumn, the patient slumber of winter and the exuberant awakening of summer. Then darkness claimed him. When Hobbit opened his eyes again, he lay upon a bed of moss beneath Galathil's restored canopy. Silver and gold leaves rustled overhead, casting dappled light across his face. The pain had vanished, replaced by a profound weariness that reached to his bones. "He awakens," came Rootbinder's rumbling voice, "though much changed." Thalion and Durlin appeared in his field of vision, their faces drawn with concern and wonder. The elf gestured to a reflecting pool nearby, and with their help, Hobbit managed to crawl to its edge. The face that looked back at him was still his own, yet altered in ways both subtle and profound. Strands of his hair had turned the silver gold of Galathil's leaves. His eyes, once a simple brown, now held flecks of green that shifted like sunlight through forest canopy, and at his throat, embedded in the flesh over his heart, the eternal seed pulsed with a steady, living light. "The sacrifice was not death, but transformation," explained Rootbinder. "You are bound now to Galathil, and through it, to all growing things in Middle-earth. As long as you live, the elder tree will endure." "And Celebranor?" Hobbit asked, his voice strangely melodious to his own ears. "Return to the elements," Durlin answered grimly. "The power he stole consumed him when it returned to its source." In the days that followed, as Hobbit regained his strength, the extent of his transformation became clear. Plants responded to his touch with unprecedented vigor. Seeds sprouted in his footprints. Even the most withered vegetation revived under his care. "What will you do now?" asked Thalion on the eve of their parting. The elf had decided to return to LOTR to help his people understand what had transpired and find a new path forward without the artificial sustenance Celebrano had provided. Durlin, too, had found purpose in their quest. "I go to make amends," the dwarf declared. "My craft will serve to heal rather than harm." Perhaps there is forgiveness to be found in such work. Hobbit gazed toward the distant west, where the Shire lay beyond mountains and rivers. "I think I must walk the breadth of Middle-earth," he said softly. "Galathil's roots extend everywhere green things grow. There is much healing needed, and now I am its instrument." Though he would return to the Shire occasionally in years to come, Hobbit became a figure of legend in many lands. The small wanderer with silver-gold hair who restored blighted crops, revived dying orchards, and taught forgotten lore of plant and soil. Some called him the seed-bearer, others the green hand. But to the Ents of Fangorn, who recognized the truth of what he had become, he was known simply as Friend of Trees, the unlikeliest of guardians for the most ancient of powers, proof that greatness may spring from the smallest of beginnings when rooted in compassion and courage. Story 5. The lonely mountain wept. Deep within its ancient chambers, tears of molten stone trickled down forgotten passages, illuminating runes unread for an age. The mountain's heart trembled, sending ripples across the surface of subterranean pools where blind fish had swum undisturbed since the dragon's fall. Something stirred in the deepest dark, not with the thunderous awakening of Smaug in years past, but with the quiet, inexorable purpose of an ancient malice long patient. 500 leagues away, in the gentle hills of the Shire, Hobbit bolted upright in his bed, a scream dying in his throat before it could escape his lips. Sweat plastered his nightshirt to his small frame despite the autumn chill that permeated his burrow home. For the 7th night running, the same vision had torn him from peaceful slumber, a vast chamber beneath the mountain, a sealed door inscribed with forbidden symbols, and behind it, countless eyes gleaming with hatred for the world above. "Not again," he whispered, pressing trembling hands to his temples where the vision still pulsed like an open wound. Dawn found him poring over a weathered chest that had remained locked in the back of his pantry since he'd inherited the smile from his great-grandfather. The brass key felt unnaturally heavy in his palm as he turned it, releasing a latch unused for generations. The chest's contents were sparse. A small mithril shirt too valuable to display, yet too significant to discard. A map marked with annotations in a spidery hand, and a leather-bound journal whose pages had yellowed with age. It was the journal that called to him now. Bilbo Bolsero's private accounts of his unexpected journey, passed down through the family yet seldom read. Most hobbits considered the tales either exaggerated fancies or best forgotten, adventures being thoroughly disreputable affairs. Hobbit's fingers found the passage he sought near the journal's end, words he'd dismissed as the ramblings of an elderly mind. There was something else in the mountain, something older than Smaug, older perhaps than the dwarves themselves. I glimpsed it only once, when separated from the company, a shadow that moved with purpose through the deeper halls, trailing blue fire in its wake. Thorin would not speak of it when I asked, only muttering about the ancient guardian and how some secrets were best left buried with their kings. The journal slipped from Hobbit's fingers as another vision crashed through his mind, more immediate and terrifying than the night's dreams. Eriador in flames. The peaceful lands between the mountains and the sea, overrun by creatures of nightmare, twisted forms that had festered in darkness for millennia, now freed from their prison beneath the mountain. And at their head, a figure wreathed in shadows, wielding a staff of gleaming obsidian. When the vision cleared, Hobbit found himself on his knees, hands pressed against the cool flagstones of his pantry floor. A decision crystallized in his mind with uncharacteristic clarity. Adventure or not, disreputable or not, he could not ignore what he had seen. Before the sun reached its zenith, Hobbit had packed his small traveling bag with provisions, the mithril shirt concealed beneath his waistcoat, and Bilbo's journal tucked safely in an inner pocket. The curious stares of his neighbors followed him to the borders of Hobbiton. "Off on business, Master Hobbit," called Hamfast Gamgee from his garden gate, suspicion evident in his tone. "Family matters," Hobbit replied, the half-truth bitter on his tongue. "I shouldn't be gone over long." The old gardener's eyes narrowed. "Mind you aren't. Strange folk about these days, and the roads aren't as safe as they once were." Truer words had rarely been spoken. By the time Hobbit reached Bree 3 days later, he had twice hidden from black-cloaked riders whose horses' breath steamed unnaturally in the mild autumn air. Their presence so far west confirmed his worst fears. Whatever stirred beneath the lonely mountain already extended its influence across Middle-earth. The prancing pony buzzed with uneasy gossip. Traders spoke of mountain passes blocked by unexpected rockfalls. Rangers reported wildlife fleeing eastward lands as though pursued by unseen predators. A dwarvish merchant, deep in his cups, muttered about tremors felt in the Blue Mountains, vibrations that traveled through the bones of the world from a source far to the east. It was there, hunched over a half-finished ale in the darkest corner of the inn, that Hobbit first encountered Grimwain the Grey. The wizard's arrival caused less stir than might be expected, his travel-stained robes and unassuming staff marking him as one of the lesser Istari, not a figure of Gandalf's renown. Yet his eyes, when they fixed upon Hobbit across the crowded room, held the same piercing quality, as though reading not just thoughts, but the very fabric of one's being. "You carry his blood," the wizard stated without preamble, sliding onto the bench opposite Hobbit. "Bilbo's descendant, marked by the same fate. The mountain calls to you, does it not?" Hobbit's hand instinctively moved to where the journal rested against his chest. "How could you possibly know?" "Because I, too, have heard its call," Grimwain interrupted, pushing back his sleeve to reveal forearms etched with glowing blue symbols, runes that matched those from Hobbit's visions. "The awakening has begun. The seal of Durin weakens, and what was imprisoned in the days of darkness now stirs." Their unlikely alliance formed that very night, born of necessity rather than trust. Grimwain, once a respected member of the Istari, had been cast out for delving too deeply into forbidden histories, specifically the true purpose of the dwarvish kingdoms founded in the First Age. "They were not mere mines or halls," he explained, as they journeyed eastward in the days that followed. "They were prisons, fortresses built to contain what remained of Morgoth's first experiments, creatures too dangerous to destroy, yet too powerful to leave unchecked. The dwarves, with their innate resistance to corruption, were chosen as jailers. As the misty mountains rose before them, a third member joined their company, Thyra Ironheart, exiled princess of a dwarvish clan whose name she refused to speak. They found her battling a pack of wargs at the ford of Bruinen, her twin axes whirling with deadly precision despite the blood seeping from a wound in her side. "The mountain is my birthright," she declared after Grimwain had healed her injury, her voice holding the resonant depth characteristic of dwarf kind. "My ancestors helped forge the seal of Durin. If it fails, the shame falls upon my line." Though she spoke little of her past, Hobbit gleaned fragments of her story as they traversed the treacherous mountain passes. Thyra had been banished for questioning the increasingly secretive edicts of her father, the king, who had fallen under the influence of a mysterious advisor, a tall figure who carried a staff of gleaming obsidian. "The same figure from my vision," Hobbit whispered, a chill racing down his spine despite the warmth of their campfire. The journey east grew more perilous with each passing day. The wildlife they encountered showed signs of unnatural corruption: elk with too many antlers, wolves whose fur grew in patterns resembling fell runes, birds whose calls formed words in forgotten tongues. The land itself seemed to resist their passage, as though Middle-earth's very bones sought to delay them. It was Thyra who recognized the true nature of their opposition. "The mountain doesn't want us to reach it," she said one evening, running calloused fingers along the edge of her axe. "Or rather, something within it fears what we bring." "And what exactly do we bring?" Hobbit asked, his earlier bravado diminished by weeks of hardship. Grimwain and Thyra exchanged a glance, heavy with unspoken meaning. "Hope," the wizard said finally. "And the means to remake the seal." From his robes, he produced a small stone box carved with intricate patterns. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a crystal that pulsed with inner light, blue as a summer sky one moment, deep as midnight the next. "The Stone of Durin," Thyra breathed, reverence and fear mingling in her voice. "I thought it lost when Khazad-dûm fell." "Not lost," Grimwain corrected. "Hidden." Waiting for the moment when the bloodlines would converge again, dwarf, wizard, and halfling, as it was when the first seal was forged. Hobbit's hand moved unconsciously to touch the stone, drawn by a pull he couldn't explain. As his fingers brushed its surface, visions cascaded through his mind, not of destruction this time, but of creation. 3 figures standing before a great door, channeling power into a binding ritual. He recognized none of the faces, yet something in their stance, their essence, resonated with his own being and that of his companions. "We've done this before," he whispered. "Not us, but our ancestors," Thyra finished. "The blood remembers what the mind forgets." When at last they stood before the lonely mountain, its solitary peak piercing the autumn sky like a blade, Hobbit felt a curious sense of homecoming. Though he had never ventured this far from the Shire, something in the mountain's silhouette spoke to him of destiny fulfilled, a circle closing after countless generations. They entered not through the main gate, now a bustling thoroughfare as Dale and Erebor flourished in the decades since the dragon's defeat, but through a hidden door that Thyra unerringly located, a passage known only to the direct line of Durin. The descent into darkness lasted a full day, leading them through passages unmarked on any map, past treasures greater than those in the famous hoard, and into the bones of the mountain itself. Here, the air grew heavy with age and malice. Runes carved into the walls pulsed with warning light as they passed, recognizing the stone of Durin in their midst. At last, they reached their destination, a vast circular chamber whose floor depicted an intricate mosaic of the First Age. At its center stood a door twice the height of a man, sealed with bands of mithril inscribed with runes of binding and banishment. From behind it came a rhythmic sound, not the breathing of some monstrous creature, but a steady drumbeat, like a colossal heart pulsing in the mountain's depths. "The seal holds, but barely," Grimwain murmured, running gnarled fingers over the mithril bands. "The Guardian's strength wanes." "What Guardian?" Hobbit asked. "The dragon is dead." A new voice answered, deep as the mountain itself, resonant with power long contained. And not all guardians have wings and breathe fire, little one. From the shadows stepped a figure Hobbit had glimpsed in Bilbo's journal, humanoid in shape, but crafted of living stone, veins of blue fire visible beneath its rocky skin. Ancient beyond reckoning, the Guardian's eyes held the wisdom and weariness of millennia. "I am Khazad-dûm," it intoned, first forged of Orly, set to watch when the world was young. "My vigil nears its end." As the Guardian approached, cracks appeared across its stone flesh, blue fire leaking through like blood from mortal wounds. What stirs behind the door was ancient when your kinds were young, a fragment of the first darkness, sealed away when Morgoth's original servants proved too chaotic even for his purposes. "For 3 ages I have held it at bay, but my strength fades as it grows." Thyra stepped forward, her royal bearing evident despite her exile. "We bring the stone of Durin to remake the seal." The Guardian's laughter rumbled like an avalanche. "The stone alone is not enough. The seal requires a willing sacrifice, a new Guardian to take my place. One who will stand watch for the next age of the world." Silence fell over the chamber, broken only by the ominous drumbeat from behind the door, faster now, as though whatever waited there sensed its imminent freedom. Grimwain straightened, resolution hardening his features. "Then I shall—" "No." Hobbit's voice surprised even himself with its firmness. "It must be me." Both his companions began to protest, but the Guardian raised a hand for silence. "Do the halfling speaks truly, though he may not know why. The blood of Bilbo Baggins carries a unique resilience. He alone entered the lonely mountain and remained untouched by dragon sickness. His descendant possesses the same quality, the ability to withstand corruption that would overwhelm stronger beings." Understanding dawned in Grimwain's eyes. That's why Bilbo was chosen as the burglar. Not for his stealth, but for his incorruptible spirit. Hobbit stepped forward, fear and determination warring within him. "What must I do?" The ritual that followed drew on powers older than Middle-earth itself. The stone of Durin, placed in Hobbit's small hands, grew warm, then hot, its light spreading up his arms like living sapphire flames. Grimwain and Thyra added their own strengths, dwarvish resilience and wizardly wisdom flowing through the ancient words they chanted. As the seal began to reform, Khazad-dûm placed stone hands upon Hobbit's shoulders. "You will not die, little one, but neither will you remain as you are. The mountain will become your body, its strength your strength, its patience your patience. You will watch over Middle-earth from afar, a guardian forgotten by most, but essential to all." Fear gripped Hobbit's heart, yet he found himself nodding. "Will it hurt?" The ancient guardian's face softened, cracks widening across its features. "Change always does, but you will not face it alone. My essence will guide you until you find your own way." As the ritual reached its crescendo, the stone of Durin dissolved into pure light that enveloped Hobbit completely. He felt his consciousness expanding beyond his small body, beyond the chamber, throughout the entire mountain. He was aware of every passage, every crystal, every drop of water that trickled through ancient stone. And behind the door, he sensed the imprisoned darkness recoil as the seal strengthened once more. When the light faded, Grimwain and Thyra stood alone before the door, now sealed with new bands of mithril that pulsed with blue fire. Of Hobbit's physical form, nothing remained. Yet as they turned to leave, a voice echoed through the chamber, not spoken aloud, but felt within their minds, carrying the familiar warmth of their Hobbit companion, tinged with newfound agelessness. "I see so much," the voice marveled. "The mountain breathes, the world turns, time flows like water through my hands. Will you be all right? Thyra asked, tears tracking through the grime on her face. A ripple of amusement flowed through the mental connection. I believe I will. The Shire seems very far away now, yet I carry its memory like a precious jewel. And there are wonders here I never imagined. Libraries of stone where the mountain keeps its memories, halls where crystals sing the music of creation. The sacrifice you've made, Grimwain began, but was gently interrupted. Is no sacrifice if freely chosen? The voice completed. Go now. Live your lives, keep the world bright and beautiful. I will watch over it until the next changing of the guard. As they ascended towards sunlight, both wizard and dwarf felt the mountain's awareness follow them. No longer a looming presence of stone and snow, but a conscious sentinel, vigilant against the darkness. The lonely mountain had a new guardian, one whose hobbit heart would ensure its watch remained compassionate as well as steadfast. And in the deepest chamber, where darkness pressed against the newly forged seal, the blue fire of hobbits' transformed consciousness burned bright and unwavering, small perhaps against the ancient malice it contained, but enduring as the quiet courage that had always dwelled within the most unlikely of heroes. Story 6. The Shimmering Stone pulsed with an inner light that painted the weathered walls of Folko Swiftfeet's humble hobbit, dwelling with amber shadows. Outside, the winds of autumn swept across the rolling foothills of the Blue Mountains, carrying whispers of change through the sleepy hamlet of Rushock. Folko turned the strange gem in his calloused fingers, mesmerized by its warmth and the faint, melodic hum that seemed to emanate from its core, a sound like distant thunder or the breathing of some great beast. Another one? Asked Marigold, his sister-in-law, her brow furrowed with concern. That makes 7 this fortnight. Folko nodded grimly. Since the spring thaw, these mysterious stones had been appearing throughout the pastures where hobbit shepherds tended their flocks. Most folk avoided them, speaking in hushed tones of bad omens and fairy mischief. But Posco, Folko's younger brother, had been captivated by them, collecting each stone he found and spending long evenings studying their shifting patterns. I found it where Posco's tracks ended, Folko said softly, his voice catching. 3 days had passed since Posco vanished without a trace, leaving nothing but footprints leading up a narrow mountain path and this final stone, its surface inscribed with runes no hobbit could decipher. When he closed his fingers around the gem, visions flooded his mind. A hidden valley cradled between towering peaks, its floor carpeted with massive, scaled forms that glinted like jewels beneath a perpetual mist. Dragons. Not dead, but slumbering, their massive sides rising and falling in rhythm with the pulsing of the stones. As dawn broke over the eastern hills, Folko shouldered his pack. The village elders had declared Posco lost to the wilderness, counseling acceptance rather than foolish quests. But the bond between brothers ran deeper than caution, and Folko would not abandon Posco to whatever fate had befallen him. "You'll be needing help if you're tracking dragons," came a gruff voice from the shadow of a gnarled oak. Folko spun, hand flying to the small knife at his belt, a farmer's tool, not a warrior's weapon. From the darkness emerged a figure barely taller than himself, but twice as broad, a dwarf clad in travel-worn leathers, his beard braided with iron beads that clinked softly as he moved. Across his back was strapped a sword, whose silver-blue sheath seemed to capture starlight even in the morning sun. "Grimwold, son of Grimbold, at your service," the dwarf said with a bow that did not reach his wary eyes. "I've been following the trail of these stones for 100 leagues. How do you know of dragons?" Folko asked, suspicion edging his voice. Grimwold's weathered face darkened. "Because I helped forge the chains that were meant to bind them." With calloused fingers, he drew the sword at his back, a weapon of otherworldly beauty, its blade inscribed with flowing elven script that seemed to move like water. This is Dragonfell, forged in the First Age by elven smiths and corrupted by darker powers. It hungers for dragon blood, and it senses its prey awakening. As they journeyed into the highlands, Grimwald revealed the terrible truth. The stones were fragments of the heart of Glaurung, an ancient artifact crafted by Morgoth himself to control the first fire drakes. When Glaurung fell, the heart shattered, its pieces scattered across Middle-earth. For millennia, they lay dormant, until something or someone had begun to call them together once more. "The stones are moving, Hobbit," Grimwald said as they made camp beneath a limestone overhang, moving of their own accord, seeking to reunite, and where they gather, dragons stir in their sleep. On the third day, they encountered riders, tall men with copper skin and eyes the color of amber, their armor adorned with scales fashioned from red gold. The Drakari, Grimwald named them in a whisper, dragon worshippers from the east who believed the fire drakes were gods incarnate, meant to cleanse the world with holy flame. "They seek the heart to awaken their masters," he hissed, pulling Folko into the shadow of a boulder as the riders passed. "If they succeed, all of Middle-earth will burn." They tracked the Drakari to a narrow pass hidden behind a veil of perpetual mist. As they crossed the threshold, the air grew warm and heavy with the scent of brimstone, and the stones in Folko's pouch vibrated with increasing urgency. The path descended into Drakenvale, the valley of Folko's visions, where massive forms lay half-buried in centuries of accumulated soil, their scales breaking the surface like islands in a sea of green. 7 dragons, each larger than the greatest halls of men, slumbered in perfect stillness. At the valley's center stood a crumbling structure of black stone, the Sanctum of Scales, an ancient temple where dragon priests had once performed their rituals of communion and sacrifice. Within its shadowed halls, they found Posco, not captive, but entranced, his eyes wide and unseeing as he arranged the collected stones in a circular pattern upon an altar of obsidian. Behind him stood Casimir the Red, High Priest of the Drakari, his hands guiding Posco's movements with gentle precision. "Your brother has the gift," Casimir said without turning, sensing their presence. "The old blood runs in his veins as it does in yours. Folko Swiftfeet, blood of the Valor, diluted through countless generations, but potent still. The dragons recognize it. They speak to him in dreams, as they now speak to you." And Folko realized with a chill that the humming of the stones had resolved into words, ancient, terrible words that promised power beyond measure and wisdom without end. Grimwald drew Dragonfell with a metallic hiss. "Step away from the altar, snake tongue. The Hobbit comes with us." Casimir smiled, revealing teeth filed to points. "The awakening cannot be stopped, the heart nearly complete. And when the great ones rise, they will remember who freed them and who sought to keep them chained." The battle that followed shook the ancient temple to its foundations. Grimwald fought with the fury of his people, Dragonfell singing through the air as it cleaved through Drakari warriors. But for each that fell, 2 more emerged from the shadows, their curved blades thirsting for dwarf blood. As steel clashed against steel, Folko crawled to his brother's side. Posco's skin burned with fever, his lips moving in soundless communion with the stones. "Posco," Folko whispered urgently, "come back to me, brother." Posco's eyes cleared momentarily. "I can hear them, Folko," he whispered. "The dragons, their dreams are so beautiful and so terrible. They speak of an age of fire and glory, an age of death and ruin, Folko corrected, gripping his brother's shoulders. Posco shook his head, tears streaming down his face. I'm bound to them now. Their sleep is my sleep. If they don't wake, I never will. The terrible choice crystallized in Folko's mind. To save his brother, he would have to complete the ritual, awakening dragons that could lay waste to everything he had ever known. To save countless innocents, he would have to sacrifice the person he loved most. As Grimwald fell beneath a press of Drakari blades, Casimir approached the altar, the final stone, larger than the others and pulsing with malevolent light. Held reverently in his outstretched hands, "The heart will be whole," he intoned. The age of dragons begins anew." In that moment, Folko heard a different voice, not the seductive whispers of the stones, but a deeper resonance that seemed to rise from the earth itself. The eldest of the dragons, dreaming beneath the temple's very foundations, touched Folko's mind with ancient wisdom. "Not all who sleep wish to wake, little one. Some dreams are sweeter than the waking world." Understanding blossomed in Folko's heart. With a desperate lunge, he seized Dragonfell from where it had fallen beside Grimwald's body. The blade shrieked in his grip, burning his palms as it recognized his intention, not to slay dragons, but to deny it their blood forever. Before Casimir could place the final stone, Folko brought the sword down upon the heart with all his strength. The artifact shattered with a concussion of power that threw everyone to the ground. As the fragments scattered across the chamber, each began to dissolve into motes of golden light that swirled upward and outward, through the temple walls and into the sleeping forms beyond. The dragons would never wake, but neither would they truly sleep again. Their essence, carried by the fragments of the heart, dispersed into the winds and waters of Middle-earth, becoming part of the world's very fabric. And as the last mote faded, Posco gasped and sat upright, the fever leaving his body as swiftly as it had come. In the years that followed, shepherds in the Blue Mountains would sometimes speak of strange dreams that came when they drank from certain streams or rested beneath particular trees, dreams of flight and flame and ancient majesty. And on rare occasions, those with the keenest eyes might glimpse a shimmer in the air above Drakenvale, like the ghostly outline of great wings soaring free at last from earthly bonds. As for Folko and Posco Swiftfeet, they returned to their quiet hobbit lives, tending their flocks and fields, yet they were forever changed, carrying within them echoes of dragon dreams, and the knowledge that even the smallest of creatures might shape the fate of powers beyond imagining.